worked out, right? So this is the first session for week 2. In the next session, we'll discuss practice assignment solution in detail. And on Monday, it's open session. So whatever doubt you have, you can ask from week 1 or 2, right?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Great. So how many of you have gone through the week 2 lectures? Please raise your hands. Okay, great. Yeah, quite a few. Okay, I think we can start. We have 66 participants now. So let me share my screen.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello. Yes.
Sir, could you please share the week to summary PDF right now so that we could be seeing?
Summary PDF. I don't have any summary PDF. I'm going to discuss the content only. Okay. On the portal, I think we have a summary video or not. I think let me check. Tutorials we have. Yeah, tutorial we have. That's right. No summaries. Okay, so maybe I will check with other instructors if they have summary of that. Okay, so don't worry, they will share. So let's discuss it. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
Yeah.
in this week, what we are going to see in the previous week, we have discussed about the procedure, right? So if I want to do some task, what steps I need to follow to get that. Also, we have discussed the flow chart. Now, in the week 2 content, what we are going to discuss, we are going to convert that flow chart into a procedure, next step wise, and then we are going to convert it into a pseudocode. Now, when I talk about the pseudocode, it's I can say a sample code, but it tells us the things or different tasks that we need to perform in order to get that thing, right? So that is basically a pseudocode, you can say, right? But before that, we should know few different things. First, first we have to discuss about the if statement. If statement, okay. Now, what is this if statement? Suppose I have two variables. So when I say variable, I am initializing this to a equals to say 5 and b equals to say 10 here. And I am saying that if a greater than 3, then here I'm writing a curly braces. So here, whatever I'm going to mention within this curly braces, and here you can see indentation part, right? So if starting from here and this curly braces is ending here. So basically, whatever the content is there here, that comes under the if statement, if block. Okay. And this is basically a condition. So this is a syntax for if statement. If, then I have a condition here, and then we have a curly braces. Okay. So in this computational thinking course, we are going to follow this curly braces. But when you are going to discuss a Python, where we have semicolon and indentation thing, right? But here we are going to follow the curly braces so that you should know from where this particular thing is starting and where we have to end. Okay. So if this condition is true, if the condition is true, then only we are going to execute this particular line of block. Okay. For example, I have this one. If a greater than 3, what I have to do? B equals to B plus 2. And then I'm going to close this. Now tell me what will happen if value of A is 5 and value of B is 10. What will be the output?
It will not execute this code. So
Yes.
suppose.
It is not going to
Null
execute.
set.
No, not null set.
It will remain same.
Yeah, see here, what we are checking here, if A greater than B, but the value of A is what? 5 and the value of B is what? 10. So 5 is not greater than 10. This condition is false. If this condition is false, then we are not going to execute this particular line of code. That's it. But when I say For example, let's say the value of a be 10 and now value of b is 5. Now in that case, what will happen?
Value of B will change.
Yes. So here if you observe, if now I am checking for this particular condition, if condition is true, okay, now here 10 is greater than 5. Yes, if this condition is true, then only I'm going to execute this particular thing. Whatever is written inside this, okay, whatever the operations or uh, logic written inside this particular line of block, we have to execute that. Now this condition is true. It means the value of b is what? B equals to the original value of b for the first iteration is what? 5 plus 2, that is basically 7. So what we are discussing here, how this if statement works. If this condition is true, then only we have to do this particular thing. Okay. So this is about the if statement. Now tell me how this if else statement works. If I have a condition here, so what happens with the help in the case of if statement? If condition is true, then do this particular thing. But if condition is false, then we don't have to do anything, right? Simply skip that. That's it. But if I want to do some tasks, for example, if this condition is true, do this particular thing. Otherwise, you can do this. For that particular purpose, we use if else statement. So if condition is there, so here we are writing some line of code. If is ending here, then we have else again we have some line of code here with the help of curly braces like this, inside curly braces. Now what is happening here? Now if this condition is true, then I'm going to execute this particular thing. But if this condition is false, then only I'm going for else block here. Okay. So first I'm checking for this particular condition. If condition is true, then only I will execute. Otherwise I'm going for else block here. So let's say one example here. If a is greater than 10, I am saying b equals to b plus 2. Else we have b equals to b minus 1. Okay. Now let's say the value of a is what? 15 and the value of b is what? 10 for the first case. In the second case, the value of a is what? 8 and the value of b is what? 10. Now tell me the answer for in both the scenario for case 1 and case 2. Okay.
Okay, so if we consider case one, in that case, the condition, like if condition is true, that is 15 is greater than 10, so it will execute that block of code which in which it will add 2 to the existing value of b, that is 10. So it will give output like it will assign or reassign the value of b to 12. So yeah,
So value of b will be what?
12.
Well,
Okay. Great. So in this case, for the first case, a is 15, that is greater than 10. So my this condition is true. Then I have to execute this particular thing. So here value of b is what? B equals to b plus 2, that is 10 plus 2, that is basically 12. Now in the okay,
excuse me,
now I
sir.
don't have to do anything with the else block here. Yes.
Sir, can you list down what our topics will be covered in this session?
So first I'm going to discuss about if else statement and then while loop. And after that I'm going to lecture 2.9 and 2.10. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So see, for the first case, this condition is true, then we are going to execute this particular thing. Otherwise, we are going to execute this thing. Now here, this first condition is true, this particular thing, so I don't need to execute else block. Now let's go for a second case here. The value of A is what? 8. The value of B is what? 10. Now tell me what will happen here. Yes,
Else
anyone?
block will be executed.
Yeah. So here if you
The
observe,
value of B will become 9.
9.
9.
yes, because this particular condition is false because 8 is not greater than 10. So I will go for else block here. I am going to execute this particular thing, that is value of b is what? 10 minus 1, that is basically 9. Okay. So anyone, any doubt in understanding the if statement, or I can say if else statement, how this works?
Sir, what if the A value is 10, sir?
Yeah, if the value of A is 10. So see here, 10 is greater than 10. Is this true or false?
False.
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 False, sir.
10 is not greater than 10. It is equal to 10. So if the value of A is 10, then I am simply going for else block here, right? But when I say I have A greater than or equals to 10, in that scenario, what will happen? For value of A equals to 10, in that case, we are checking whether the A is greater than or equals to 10. But it is equals to 10, so that's why we are going to execute this particular thing now. In the case of this condition, greater than or equals to, okay? So I hope you understand how this if statement and if else statement work. Anyone, any doubt? Okay,
No, sir.
great.
No,
Now
sir.
can,
No,
yes,
sir.
okay, great. Now can anyone tell me what about while thing? How this while loop work? Yes.
It's a simple while loop. It will iterate over iterate over a block of code until the condition is true. So
Yeah.
mm,
So here
that's
I
it.
have while. Again, one condition is there, and I am writing few lines of code here. Okay. Now what is going to happen? Suppose this condition is true. Now I am going to execute this particular line of code. Now I am going to go back to this particular while loop again. Again, I am going to check the condition. And again, I'm going to execute this particular thing. So I'm going to keep doing this particular thing in a loop unless this particular condition become false. Okay. If the condition become false, then I'm going to exit the while loop and continue with the next part of code. Okay. So if I say here, while, say for example, a greater than 10, and here b equals to b plus 2, and say a is what, 12, and b is 2. Now tell me what will happen here.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, this loop will continue as long as this condition is false, right?
No. So we are going to exit this while loop until this particular condition is false. So we are going to exit this while loop when this condition is false. Okay.
Okay, okay. I got
So
confused actually when you wrote it's false. That's why.
if it is false, then we are going to exit it. Okay. Now tell me what is going to happen here.
So b equals to 2.
B
It will
equal to
remain the
equal
10.
to
B value
12.
will keep on incrementing.
Yeah, until 12.
Yes. Here I cannot say the value of b. What will the value of b? It will keep incrementing like this. For
Yeah,
the first iteration, the value of b will be 4, then b will be 6. It will keep continuing till because here we don't have any stopping condition, right? Value of a is what, 12. That is true. B, 2 plus 2, 4. Again I'm going. Again I'm checking value of a. Same thing, 12 only. Again I'm going. Again I'm checking like this particular thing. So here I don't have any stopping condition. It will keep execute like this. So this will be an infinite loop, right? I will never going to come out this particular while loop. So for this purpose, what we need to do, suppose if I say a equals to a minus 1. Now tell me what will happen in this case. If I add a equals to a minus 1, what will be the value of b then?
So it will run till
8.
2 iterations.
Yeah. So for the first thing, value of a is what, 12. So this condition is true. It means the value of b is what, 4. Now what about the value of a?
11.
Value of a is what,
11.
11, right? Now again I'm going back to while loop, but here the value of a is not 12. The value of a got updated here, that is 11. So I'm going to check whether 11 is greater than 10 or not. Yes, again this is true. Then again I'm going to execute this thing. Now second is what? Value of a is what? 11. Value of b will be what? Tell me.
6.
Yes.
6.
Because from the first iteration, the value of b got updated here. So 4 plus 2, that is basically 6. Now what will be the value of a again?
10.
10.
10.
Again 10. Now tell me what will happen next. Again, if I go for a next while loop, 10 is greater than 10.
So it is
False.
false.
No, sir.
Now
No.
No,
false is false. Now if condition
It
is
will
false,
stop.
we are going to exit the while loop. That's it. Okay. So
But
that's the
sir, here
difference.
the while condition is false according to the question. So shouldn't it not execute from the first? Because the condition is false and 12 is not 12 is more than 10. So it's true. So for true, it will exit, right?
Sorry, I didn't get your point. See, how this while loop will work, we have to keep execute this particular line of code.
Sir, I got it, sir. So here you wrote that while condition is false.
Where?
In the first part, while loop, you said that while condition is false, execute. Then while
No.
a is more than 10 and 12 is more than 10, which is true. So for the false sentence, the next part should be
No. Are you
it
talking
should
about
exit, right?
this particular thing?
Yes, sir.
False then exit,
No.
sir, as
Here I
written.
said if the condition is false, then we are going to exit the while loop. Okay.
Oh, sorry, sir. My bad, sir.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. So yeah. So in this way, the while loop will work unless this particular condition is false. So then we are going to exit the while loop. Okay, if this condition is false. So this is how this while loop will work. Now I can add a condition here inside this block. So when I say while a greater than 10, then now I am checking if a is suppose greater than 9, or I'm writing any code here, so that will execute. Okay, so if I want to execute few lines of code for a particular condition become false, right? So in that case I can use the while loop. Okay, so let's discuss one thing here. So if you understand how this if else and while loop works, then we can proceed with this particular two lectures. Any doubt in this particular while loop and if else? Yes.
सर while loop is क्या है?
Sorry, while loop.
While loop.
What is while loop? कह रहा.
Okay, see here, why is the looping a statement here? So if this condition is true, we are going to execute this particular line of code. Okay, so we are going to keep execute this particular line of code in an iteration in a loop like this until this particular condition will become false. If the condition is false, then we are going to execute the while loop. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so I will discuss one example so that will be much clear to you how this while loop works. Okay,
Okay.
so let's go to this particular lecture number 2.9. Okay, so in the week 1 we have discussed this flowcharts thing, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what we are doing here? So here you can see we are going to start the process. I have initialized one variable count equals to 0, right? Now I am going for this particular thing. What this rectangle, what this diamond, this mute, yeah. Yeah. Now tell me what this diamond shape indicates.
It's a
Decision, right?
decision box.
Decision.
So here I am checking for a condition. Now what is the condition? More cards in pile 1. Okay. So if we have more cards in a pile 1 or in a table, then I am going to go for this particular thing. But if there are no cards, then I will end this particular flowchart here. Okay. Now if there are cards, yes, that is true. So the output of this decision is what? Either yes or no, or true or false. That is basically Boolean output, right? So output of this decision is basically what? Boolean, right? Either true or false, or yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Right? Now if this is true, then I'm going to do this particular thing. I will go in this way like this. But if this is false, then I'm going to do this particular thing. Okay. So here I am making a decision in which direction I need to go. Now, suppose I have more cards in a pile 1. That is true. So I'm going to pick a card X from pile 1. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, move X to pile 2. So I have one more thing. Let's say I have this one table, or I can say one container.
Yes, sir.
Let's say I have this one container. C1,
Yes.
C2, or let's say pile 1, pile 2, and here I have different cards like this. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, pick a card X from pile 1. So I'm picking one card X from a pile 1. I am moving that X to pile 2. Okay. And then I'm going to increment the count. What do you understand by increment? Yes, anyone?
Yes.
Add
It
Adding
will
one
add
increase.
one.
Increase the value by
Yes,
1.
Adding.
Yeah. Increment means what? We are incrementing this particular variable y by 1. So it is basically count equals to count plus 1. Can I write like this for this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So this is how this particular flowchart will work. And I will again go back to this particular thing. And here I am again checking whether we have more cards or not. So if I keep doing this particular process, what I am doing here? Yes, anyone can tell me?
I'm counting the number of cards in pile
Yes.
1.
Yes.
So this count will give me the number of cards present in the pile 1. That's it. If the cards are not present, then we are going to end the process. That's it. Okay. So this is how this flow chart works. Okay. So node types are process, decision, terminal, and arrow indicate the operation flow. Now this is what the week 1 says, right? In the week 2, I want to convert this particular flow chart into a pseudocode. From week 2 onwards, we are going to deal with the pseudocode part. Okay. So these are the advantages, disadvantages. You can go through this. Yeah. But before going to the pseudocode, let's describe this particular flowchart in the process, or in say I can say in words. So what I'm doing here, first step is start. I'm going to start this particular process. Step 1 is what? Initialize count to 0. So I am initializing count to 0. Check cards in pile 2. That is basically my step 2. Yes. So here I am converting this flowchart into this particular procedure, or I can say process, right? Now what is step 3 here? If no more cards are there, go to step 8 directly. So step it is what? End here. So this is what we are doing here. We are going to this particular end the process, right? Now step number 4, pick a card X from pile 1. Yes. Step number 5, move X to pile 2. Yes. Step number 6, increment the count. Yes. And then we are going back to step number 2 here. So here you can see, go back to step number 2. Again, I am going back here, right? So here we have converted the flowchart into a code here. Okay. So not
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're not audible, sir.
hello, sir.
Hello.
Sir. Hello. Sir, your voice is not audible.
Hello.
Hello, Piyush sir.
Maybe
Hello.
network issue.
Hello.
Wait 1 second.
Let's wait. Hello. Hello, sir.
Arey bro, wait bro. Sir will come.
Hello, sir. Are you audible?
Hello. Hello.
By the way, how many of you guys are doing it as a standalone degree?
Yeah, me.
Me.
I'm also doing this.
We.
Me also.
Yeah.
What did you ask again?
No, how many of you are guys doing it as a standalone degree?
Me also.
Okay,
And how
okay.
about you, brother? Like, it's
Same, same.
mhm.
How is the time management going for y'all?
I am just revise the notes specially and solve the previous year questions and the graded assignments.
Hey, tell me about that. Like previous year question. Where do you find that?
Uh,
It's a
there is a
topic.
web,
Topic wise previous year question will be available.
there is a website called Ace Grade. You know,
I have checked in 8th grade, but there is no topic wise previous year question.
topic wise. What do you mean topic wise? Like
Topic wise mean the first 4 week topics.
no, week wise you will not get. Like you can get subject wise, like computers, computational thinking.
There is only until 2022, I think. I didn't find
Last was
2024.
2022. Uh-huh.
Hmm.
I
So
think it is going
how
for
can
the
we find out the
foundation.
newest version of the POIQ?
Like you won the 2023.
23
I
and
think it is going for the
2024 also.
foundation level student.
Okay, like wait, guys. Like, uh, say something. Like, say something. Like what?
Is this meeting going for the foundation level student?
Who is
Yes.
the host? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone got selected in Paradox event in any workshop?
No, brother.
No, yeah.
Brother, how can we get the link of Paradox or
Uh,
the
they
POIQ?
last week they had sent us a Google form. We had already submitted it. Like
But
I
I
got an
didn't.
interview for the student
But
relationship something.
bro, I
Mhm.
didn't receive that kinds of emails from IIT Madras for
Sorry.
Paradox. For Paradox, I didn't receive that kinds of emails.
I also.
Oh, you can um, email their support email.
Uh,
You can ask
uh,
them.
bro, can you please explain me that what kinds of communications will be there in the Paradox events? Because the companies will come and make a workshop there.
There was some like 10 different types of 10 or 15 different types of categories for students can
Uh,
participate. Like I have selected UI UX design, student
hmm,
relationship, sponsorship. I got into like for the interview round for the student relation, but I
hmm.
hadn't got the result.
Like the companies, the IT company like EI, Infosys,
Hello,
Wipro,
bro.
TCS will come here.
No, those are scams. I have already the Infosys and the
Hello.
Wipro ones. Those are scams email.
Oh, those are scam. But I know I avoid those kinds of emails because there is no
They
verification mark uh on that email. Not
they
verify.
called me and
Hmm.
saying that you have to pay some 9,000 rupees for the training
Hmm.
section, so you will got an internship like this one. Those are scams. Don't do that.
Oh, or any kinds of companies like the financial industries also will be there.
Yes, yes, yes.
Like
There will be Red Bull
hmm,
uh, and something Spotify, I
Bro, how
guess.
many subjects you choose in first term?
Four, four, four.
4 subjects, bro.
Oh,
Everyone here is of term one, right?
Term
yeah,
one,
term,
quiz
term
one.
one.
Yes, bro.
Hello, Acha.
Yeah.
Qualifier.
So, are you also from
Hello.
September batch?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello,
yeah,
Quiz
September batch.
one, qualifier or
This
foundation?
month,
Oh, hello.
hello.
I am quiz
this
one.
month 27th we are having quiz na.
अपने माइक म्यूट करो.
This month 27th we are having quiz na.
थोड़ी देर में क्लास स्टार्ट होने वाली है सेशन।
And who is the host of this meeting?
IIT Madras.
Bro, how can join house?
House means?
House means which kind of house?
What house?
What you said?
I think you are talking about Discourse Forum.
No, bro, he's talking about houses.
House.
Yeah, exactly. Those houses.
There's Sundarbans, Mandakini, and
I can
yeah.
understand. I mail for IIT Madras support team. They will say we will inform you when we provide you houses. So
Oh,
they
houses.
said it takes
Houses
time.
like a community or a group of students leading by
Wait,
a
let him finish.
Group of student according to their location.
When
It's
you
house.
qualified,
Who qualify and in foundation level?
when? Are you from the May term?
No, we are from
I
September.
I qualify in Metam and join in September term.
Hello friends, I would just want to ask you where do you get all the notifications about the lectures? Like I first time got one Zoom link lecture on WhatsApp, so
Other you
I
will
got the
got from
same.
the calendar.
Calendar.
You have to check on
Calendar,
calendar.
oh, Google Calendar.
Yes.
From the portal
Bro,
one.
bro, which is the
Yeah.
next class?
Where to get link? We see
From
in
the
calendar, but
calendars.
not get link.
I
You
think
can
these
say in
links are
Hindi. You can
provided over
say
the
in Hindi.
calendar
On the
and
notification of calendar.
and the I think IT
regular
Madras
lectures?
online
Wait, why
degree WhatsApp.
everyone go one by one, right?
Is this the first live lecture or there has been other lectures before
No, there
this?
has been one like week once
This is
everything.
for the
Like
foundation level student or the qualifier ones.
both for the
Both.
foundation level quiz one and the
One
fair
lecture,
exam
right?
also. One
Both for
lecture.
the foundation level one and the
Hello.
qualifier ones, right?
Yes, right.
What they have discussed
FOI,
till now,
Yes,
or
pause,
what
yes, I
question they
can.
have
Wait,
discussed
guys.
about
Guys.
IT.
Everyone go
Okay,
one by one.
one, like
One by ones.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just asking because this is the first time I ever got the link for the live lecture. I just want to know if it is the first time or there were
Yeah.
classes.
I also got it for the first time, but you will get the links from the Google calendars from the IIT Madras portal.
This is for the qualifier and foundation both student, na?
Yeah. Both.
What they have discussed till now, because I joined it a bit late at
They
6.
just discuss gave us the intro about the while loop and the for loop. Just
Okay,
only
so
this.
week 2 contents, right?
not
Yeah.
for loop. Yeah, like it's a if else statement and while loop.
I mean the week 2 content, na?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, week two
You are in
content.
the week two.
They just summarize the thing of like week one and
So basically they are
like
summarizing the
just
lectures, right?
shortly explain the
Yeah. Because today
Yeah.
yeah.
How
They
many
will
times
just
is it
summarize the
first
lectures, or they'll
different
also.
from the other courses?
Okay.
Okay, you continue the girl one.
Hello, I want to ask something.
Yeah.
Ask.
Sure.
Yes, how can I apply for Paradox?
Yeah, hello. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello. Actually, yeah, my system got shut down. Yeah, sorry for
Okay,
this.
okay, sir.
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Okay, I think you have a great discussion about paradox and clubs and all those things, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
let's continue. And then is this visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we was discussing about this flow chart. This one. So I hope everyone understand how to convert this flow chart into this particular process step by step.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So now, see here we are starting with the pseudocode part. Okay. Please mute. So now what we are doing here, we have the variable count. So that is what we are initializing to 0. That is fine. But see what we are doing here. If you observe, we need to do this particular process again and again till this particular condition will become false, right? So how we can convert this into a pseudocode, this particular thing? For this purpose, we can use while loop here. Now what I have done here, this is my condition, okay? More cards in the pile 1. So here I have put in the while loop. So while pile 1 has more cards, yes, if this is true, then I'm going to pick a card X from pile 1. That is basically my next step. Now after that, move X to pile 2. So I have move X to pile 2. And then I have to increment the count. Now I have to increment the count here. But if you observe, after this, I need to go back to this particular decision thing, right? But here we have not mentioned that. But here we are using the while loop. It means that we need to repeat this particular process, or I can say execute this line of log until this particular condition will become false. Okay. So this is how this while loop will work. Anyone, any doubt like how we have converted this thing into a while loop, how we have used the while loop here? Because I want to execute this particular thing again and again for this particular condition, like until this particular condition will become false, right? So for this purpose, I can use the while loop here. Hello?
Okay, sir.
Sir, could you repeat the last
Yeah.
sentence once again?
Yeah.
Sir, last sentence, please explain in Hindi, sir.
Uh, yeah. Okay. First, I will explain in English, then we'll explain in Hindi. Okay. We have Hindi session also on Wednesday. You can join that too also. Okay. So how this while loop is working? So if I want to execute some line of code again and again, for example, I need to pick a card from a pile for every step. Again, I need to move that particular card to another pile for every step. Again, I need to increment the count. So I'm going to repeat this particular process, or I can say thing for every card I'm going to pick from the pile 1. So how I can convert this particular thing into a pseudocode? So for this purpose, I can use a while loop because I want to execute this particular thing until this particular condition will become false. Till this particular condition will become false. So for this purpose, I'm using this a while loop. Okay. Now, same thing here you can see. The same step we have mentioned because we want to execute this particular thing, right? Until the pile 1 has more cards. So if this thing is false, if pile 1 is empty, then we are going to exit this particular while loop. Okay. Same thing here. End. Okay. I hope this thing is clear now about the while loop.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, this is also same, like professor has explained this particular procedure, pseudocode. So assigning a value to a variable, then we are repeat the steps while condition holds, and then mark start and end of the repeated block. So this is regarding the flowchart, and then yeah. So this is regarding how we can convert this a simple flowchart into a pseudocode. Now in the next lecture, in the lecture 2.10, what we have discussed? Iteration and filtering. So can anyone tell me what is iteration and what is filtering?
Iteration is the process and filtering is the thing which we wanted outcomes.
So
Repeating the process
Iteration is
several
process of
times.
loop
Yes.
cycle.
iteration is what we did with the loop, but filtering
Yes.
is
Yes.
if we do some conditions and then sort out cards. That's what we meant by filtering.
Yeah. So if you observe this while loop here, we are iterating through this particular line of code until this particular condition will become false, right? So this is what iteration is. We are keep executing this particular line of code multiple times. Okay. So that is what iteration is. When I say filtering, filtering means what? I'm applying a condition here now. So until like here we have just discussed where iteration, right? We have not applied a condition here. For example, if I want to say here, I am picking a card from a pile 1 and I am checking, okay, if that card has a sequence number, say even numbers, then I am going to move it to pile 2. Otherwise, I am going to move it to pile number 3. So this is what a filtration is. Now here I am applying one condition, and based on that condition, I am moving the cards in the different piles. That is basically filtering. Okay. So we'll discuss that thing in detail now. So what we had done in the previous lecture 2.9, we have count the number of cards by using this particular flowchart, or I can say this particular pseudocode, right? Now what we are going to do, same thing here. Yeah.
Sir, a small request, could you turn off chat box?
Okay. Uh,
You can mute the notification.
please. Yeah, please don't post such things. Yeah. So first we have discussed how to count the number of cards. So we don't apply any condition there, right? I am not doing any thing here, right? I'm not doing any process here, right? Now let's say I want to find out the sum of mathematics marks. Okay. Now what I need to do here? So first I need to initialize one particular variable, that is, for example, sum equals to 0, right? So I will create that particular thing first, sum equals to 0. So let's go to a final thing directly.
Sir, could you able to send this PDF?
This is lecture 2.10 only. It's already in the portal. You can just go through that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, here, this one, not this one. Yeah, this one. Boys marks. Yeah. So don't go to this. So what we are doing here, I want to find out the summation of mathematics marks for all the students. So in the first case, we have find out the number of cards. So same thing, we are initializing one variable sum equals to 0. Then I am checking more cards in pile 1. Yes. Then I am taking one that particular card and moving that particular X to pile 2. Okay. So I am moving this particular card to another container. And what I am doing, whatever the mathematics marks is there on this particular card, for example, 80, I am going to add this in this. So sum plus X dot mathematics means what? So whenever you see X means what? It belongs to this particular card. For every iteration, the X will get changed, means the card will get changed, right? So here we have to keep a note of that particular iteration, okay? So suppose, for example, I have created one table here. I have a sequence number of a card and I have mathematics marks, okay? For sequence number 1, mathematics marks is 80. Sequence number 2, mathematics marks is 50. Sequence number 3, mathematics marks is 20. Now what I am doing, so instead of pile 1, I am saying more rows in a table 1. So this is basically table 1, I can say. So more cards, or I can say more rows in table 1. Yes, I have more rows in table 1. So pick a card X from pile 1. So I can pick one card, or I can say pick one row from table 1. I am moving that particular row in another table. I can say I'm moving it here or moving it another pile. Now what we are doing, sum equals to sum plus X dot mathematics. So in the upcoming lectures, or I can say upcoming weeks, you are going to discuss this particular thing. X dot mathematics, X dot physics marks, X dot word. So we are going to consider that particular row or card for that particular iteration purpose, right? So when I say x dot mathematics, so it means we are dealing with the first sequence number for the first iteration. So here you can see sum is what? Sum is basically 0. So 0 plus x dot mathematics, that is basically 80. So 80 will be there, right? So I have done this. Now I need to go to another iteration, that is file 1. So here I have more card. Yes, we have one more card having sequence number 2, mathematics marks 50. So pick a card. I have picked the card. I have moved x to pile 2. I have moved that card to pile 2. Again, now here we have x dot mathematics, right? Now in this iteration, what will happen? We are dealing with the sequence number 2 or card number 2. So we are going to consider the mathematics marks for card number 2 here. That is basically 50. But from the previous iteration, the value of sum got updated to 80. Now here what we are considering, from the previous iteration, the value of sum is what? 80. So 80 plus x dot mathematics from the current iteration, that is basically what? 50. So 80 plus 50 is what? 130. Yes, please mute. Now, similarly, I am going for a next card. So next sequence number is 3. So again, I am following the same process. Now here what is going to happen? We are going to consider the sum value from the previous iteration, that is basically 130. And x dot mathematics is what? My current iteration, that is sequence number 3. Marks is what? 10, 20. So sum equals to plus 20, that is basically what? 130 plus 20 is 150, right? So in this way, I can get the summation of mathematics marks for the entire cards in the pile 1. Okay. So in this way, this particular flowchart will work. And this is how we are going to execute this in a pseudocode with the help of while loop.
Excuse me, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, how will these questions be asked in an exam? Like there will be no physical cards or something to count on. Like
No.
yeah.
For exam, you can just follow practice assignment and grade assignment questions. That's it.
Yes, sir. I mean, in practice assignment question, there was a question on this, but there were no, the cards or something. It was based on previous lectures questions. Then we have to see each and every card of the previous lecture question to answer those questions.
No. We have a data set, so we have to refer to that particular data set. Okay.
All right.
I will discuss that also. Yeah.
Sir, I have one doubt, sir.
Yes.
Sir, when we replace a variable by another variable, then what will be value assigned to the variable that value is replaced by the other?
Sorry, I'm not getting your
Sir,
point. We have two variables.
if there is two variable and one a and b, a have value 0 and b have value 1. If we replace the if we give value b to a, assign the value of a to b value of b to a, then what will be value of a?
B to a.
Yes, sir. No, sir. For this statement not there given, if we replace the value by the another value, then what will the value step have left?
Yeah, so that will get updated here. Okay. So whatever the value we are going to assign, that is going to get updated. Okay. So
means if we replace the variable, then previous this value might become 0.
No, not like that. No. We'll discuss that. See here. So I think this question, this is clear, right?
Sir, I have a doubt in the while statements condition. It is saying there are two piles, pile 1 and 2. And the condition is more cards in pile 1. So if there are 3 cards, and 2 cards will be shifted from pile 1 to and pile 1 to pile 2. So then why will we take card number 3? Because the condition will turn false. Then it will end, na sir?
No. For first, we have removed this two card number, right? I have removed cards from the pile 1, or I have just put in another table. So here we have one more row here, or I can say one more card, right?
Yes.
So pile 1 has more card. This is true, na? There is one card is there. Now if I
Sir,
pick
pile
a
2
card
has
from
2
that,
cards, na?
no, you already picked 2 cards, and then you are saying we have one more card here, right? We are dealing with the pile 1 here.
Okay.
Right?
We are not comparing pile 1 and pile 2.
No. I'm taking one card, I'm moving to a pile 2. Like that's it, right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So same thing, like whatever I have discussed, I can execute this particular thing using a while loop. Okay. So pile 1 has more card, pick up card X from pile 1, move X to pile 2. sum equals to sum plus x dot mathematics. But I hope you understand what is this x dot mathematics is and how we are going to consider the value for this particular thing. For that particular iteration, whatever the card we have picked or whatever the row number we are dealing with, for that value we have to consider that marks, x dot mathematics, or I can say the marks for this particular column. Okay, and this particular value will come from the previous iteration. Whatever the value of sum is from the previous iteration, that we have to consider. So in this way, we are going to get the summation of all the mathematics marks, that is basically 150. Now here up till now, we have just discussed how this iteration works. I have not applied any condition here, right? So we have not discussed the filtration yet. We have just discussing the iteration here. So this is how this particular code will work. Anyone, any doubt up till now, whatever I have discussed?
Sir, can you explain this one through a question, sir? Like activity question?
Okay, after this, I will take one or two questions from practice assignment. Okay. Yeah, don't worry. I will discuss two questions
Okay,
from
sir.
PA.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, great. Now what I am saying, in the first case here, particular thing, I am just simply finding out the summation of all mathematics marks. That's it. I am not applying any condition. But now I want to find out the sum of mathematics marks for boys. Okay. For a student boys. Okay. Now here I need to apply a condition. First I need to check whether that particular card belong to a boy or not. If that condition is true, then only I have to proceed with this particular thing. Otherwise, I will go for a next card. So what we are doing here, now we are going to apply the filtration part. Okay. So we are going to start the process. Here I have one variable sum equals to 0. More cards in pile 1? Yes. So let's say this is pile 1. This is say pile 2. Okay.
Sir,
I have this card like this.
excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, we should learn the algorithm or should we learn the flow chart?
No, no. You should know both the things. If we have given the flowchart, you should be able to convert this to pseudocode, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So suppose I have more cards in pile 1. Yes, I am going to pick a card. So I have taken one card outside. Now what I am going to do? So I am moving that card to pile 2 S. Now here I am checking whether this particular card belong to a boy or not. If this cards belong to a boy, then we have to do this particular thing. Sum equals to sum plus x dot mathematics. If no, then we have to go to a pile 1 again, right? And we have moved this particular card to pile number 2. Now take another card in the second iteration. Again, we are going to check this particular condition. If that card belong to a boy, if that is true, then we are going to do a summation here. So what we are doing here, we have checking one more condition, whether that card is belong to boy or not, right? So how to implement that in our pseudocode? So what we are going to update here, so same thing, we have a variable, we have a while loop because I want to execute this for all the cards. So here you can see pile 1 has more card, pick a card x from pile 1, move x to pile 2. But here I have applied the if statement. If this condition is true, then only I have to take the summation of this particular thing. Okay. If condition is false, then I don't need to do anything here. We don't have a else block here. I am saying I don't need to do anything. Simply go for the next iteration here. So what we are doing here, we are checking whether that card belong to boy or not. And for that boy's card only, we are going to do a summation thing. Same example, if I take a sequence number mathematics, and if I say this card number 1 belong to a boy, 2 belong to girl, and 3 belong to boy, in that case, what will happen? First card is belong to boy and sum is 80. So that is correct. Second card belong to a girl. So this condition will become false. So I'm not going to do anything with this. Go for a next iteration. Third card belong to boy having mathematics marks 20. So I'm going to sum it up. That is basically 100. Okay. So in this way, I'm applying the filtering process. I'm applying a one filter here.
Sir, how do you add 20, sir?
No, here I have considered this three thing 80, 50, 20. So first card belong to boy, second card belong to girl like this. And third card
And the
belong to
third
girl.
one is boy again.
Uh,
So then we add the 20 with 80.
Yeah, because I'm interested in finding out the mathematics marks for boy student, right? So here we are checking the condition if that card belong to boy or not. So first card belong to boy. Yes, that is true. Then I'm going to execute this thing. Sum equals to 0 plus 80. That is basically 80. Go for a next iteration. Second card. Second card is what? Belong to a girl. So here this condition will become false because X is not a boy, right? Then I'm not going to execute this thing. Go for a next iteration here. In the next iteration, the card number 3 belong to a boy. Yes, this condition is true. Then I need to take the summation. I need to execute this particular thing. So here, from the previous iteration, the value of sum is what? 80 and X dot mathematics for the current iteration is what? 20. So here I got 100 like this. Okay.
So yeah, x dot math simply shows the marks of math. Means x is a variable for marks of maths.
X is basically we are taking one card and whatever the columns we have that particular or I can say variable we have on that particular card, we are going to take consider that. Okay, so X dot mathematics. If you see the card here, if you watch the common data set, let me show you that also. So here I am considering the scores data set here. So I am talking about this particular card. So here I have name, gender, date of birth, town, physics, chemistry, mathematics, total marks. So when I say this card is basically X, X dot name is Bhuvaneshwar, X dot gender is M, X dot date of birth is 7 November, X dot mathematics marks is what 68. Okay, for this particular card we are talking about. Okay, so here X is basically a card and X dot whatever we have mentioned name, gender, date of birth, physics, mathematics, that is basically the column name I can say in terms of table, or we are going to consider the marks corresponding to that, value corresponding to that. Okay.
Yes.
So X is basically this particular card, what I have shown here. And X dot physics marks, that will be 64. X dot chemistry, that will be 78. X dot name will be Bhuvaneshwar. So in this way, I need to go through all the cards here given in this particular scores data set. Okay. So here I have applied a condition here. This is basically filtration. So here we are filtering things. Initially, I am simply counting the sum. I am simply doing the summation of all the cards, but here I have applied the condition. Okay. Now, what I want, if the card belong to a boy, then do a summation of mathematics marks. But if a card belong to a girl, then do a summation for physics marks. Now tell me what changes I need to do in this particular code. First, listen the question carefully. If the card belong to a boy, if the card belong to a boy, then I want to do a summation for mathematics marks. Okay. And if a card belong to a girl, I want to do summation for physics subject. Now tell me what changes I have to do in this particular code.
So first we need two offset variables, both
Yes.
set to
Yes.
0.
Good. So I can say sum 1 is equals to 0 and sum 2 equals to 0, right? Now tell me.
We will add a else block. Else block.
Yeah. So here if
Sir,
X is a boy, then sum 1 I can replace by like this. So sum 1 give me the marks of boys mathematics marks. But I am interested in the summation of physics marks for a card belong to a girls. So in that scenario, I don't need to check the condition again because I know if a card is not belong to a boy, it means it belong to a girls. So I can write else block here like this. So this will be the inside while loop only, right? So else here I need to write sum 2
Sir,
equals to, yes.
sir, how to solve questions with help of scorecards?
Yeah, I will discuss with the help of practice assignment question. Don't worry after this. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. So here I need to write a else block here. Else sum 2 equals to sum 2 plus x dot physics. Okay. And here I'm closing the else block and here I'm closing the while loop because this entire thing comes inside this particular while loop. And here you can see indentation. So please focus on the indentation part. Okay. We have a space here. Similarly for if also we have one space here like this, right? So it means that this particular line of code comes under this particular if block. It means that this particular line of code comes under while loop. So focus on indentation part. Okay.
So,
Huh?
what is the meaning of pile? Like pile 1, pile 2, show that.
You can just consider it as one container. Here we have placed cards like this. Okay. Just container, we have number of cards. Okay. So we are taking one card out of this thing and we are checking the conditions and then we are moving into another container that is empty. Okay. So consider this particular example.
Okay, so means pile 1 means one card and pile 2 means another card.
No. See, here I have one pile 1 or I can say container 1. So pile 1, and here I have different container, that is pile 2, that is empty initially. I have 5 cards here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I am taking one card, I am checking the condition, I am putting this card into pile 1. Okay. So here after first iteration, the pile 1 will have 4 cards, pile 2 will have one card, right? So pile is basically, you can see a storing thing. So we are storing the card in a pile, or I can say in a container. Okay.
Okay, sir.
And then we are taking it out
So,
in a, so like you can
sir,
consider this thing. Yes.
sir, in my Google Drive, the scores card is not visible. So how could I see it?
You have to go to a common dataset folder. So in the left hand side, you can see introduction section. And after that, we have a common dataset. So just click on that. Okay.
Sir, can you explain me what is the concept of initialization? In case of sum of math, sum of marks, we use initialize count to 0. And in the case of maximum marks, we initialize it to -1. So I want to understand what is the concept of initialization.
Okay. Yeah. After this, I will discuss. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you.
Good question. Yeah, I will discuss. Yeah. So, okay. Anyone, any doubt in this particular thing, whatever I have discussed? So pile 1, you can consider like this. Suppose I have one bucket, or I can say one container. I have say number of chocolates here, right? Like this. And what we are doing, we are taking one chocolate and we are counting it, right? So that is what we can say. Or I can say I'm taking one chocolate, moving in another bucket or another container, you can say. So simply you can consider this particular thing. Yeah. Now this is about the iteration and filtering. Yes.
Sir, please explain this pile 1 and pile 2 with example.
So see, pile 1, pile 2, just consider it as a one storage thing. We are storing something in a container or bucket, I can say, right? So let's say I have this one container
Like a container
or
where we
bucket.
store.
Yeah, so we can store anything, right? So here we are discussing pile. In the question, you can say table 1. So we are storing a data in tabular format, but we are dealing with the card. So that's why we have said we have a card in the pile, like kind of thing. Okay. So just consider one box we have, and we are storing the cards here in that particular box. That's it. We are taking one card one by one from that box and moving into another box. Okay. The box will be much easier. Okay. So I have all the cards. Suppose I have 10 cards. I have all the 10 cards in box 1. I am taking one card. I am checking few conditions. I am moving that card to box 2. That's it. Okay. So simply we are storing cards in that particular thing. Don't think much. Okay. So not that complicated. It is not that much required. When I say pile 1, you can simply assume that all the cards are there in a box or in a particular place. You can say like that. Okay. Okay, so I hope this thing is clear. So first we have discussed about the iteration and filtration. Now what about this particular thing? Assignment versus equality. Okay. So when I say A equals to 2 and when I say A equals to 2, what is the value of, what do you understand by these two things? Yes, anyone?
We are assigning 2 to variable A and we are comparing 2 to variable A in second.
The first one is assignment operator and second one is conditional operator.
Equal to.
Comparison operator.
Yes, I can say the comparison. So in the first
Comparison
scenario,
operator.
I am assigning the value 2 to A. So value of A is what? 2. But here what I am doing, I am checking. So here basically I am checking whether the value of A is 2 or not, right? Value of A is 2 or not. Can I say like this? Here I am checking whether the value of A is 2 or not. If it is 2, then it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. So here if you see A equals to 2, now the value of A is what? 2. So here I am checking whether 2 is equals to 2 or not. Now this is true. That's it. But if I say A equals to 3, now the value of A is what? 3 here. But if I want to check for this condition, so 3 is not equals to 2. Okay, so this will give me false. This will give me true. Okay, so student gets confused between equality and assignment operators. So please be clear for this. Okay, so what is assignment? What is equality? So when only one equal to sign is there, that is basically assignment. We are assigning a particular value to that particular variable. When I say double equal to, we are checking if the value of that particular variable is equals to that particular value or not. Okay, so this is about the equality and assignment, equal to sign. Now in which context we are using this? So here we are dealing with, yes, anyone, any doubt?
So actually, what is the use of this equality or assignment?
What is the use? Okay, suppose if I want to write a code, right? So if you see here, yeah, so here you can see this particular thing only. So here I am checking if x dot gender equals to m. So this is basically a condition. I am checking whether the gender means x dot gender means what? The card. If I take this particular card, whatever the gender is mentioned in this particular card is equals to m. So this is basically what comparison I am doing. But when I say x dot gender equals to m, so that will be incorrect. Here I am going to update the value of that particular gender to m. So I don't want to assign this. I want to check this, right? So if you want to check some value, so we have to use equal to sign. Otherwise, if I want to assign, then I have to use assignment operator, that is equals to sign. Okay, so double
Okay.
equal to is basically what I can say comparison thing. So we are checking whether the value of that variable is equals to this or not. That's it. Okay, so you can just consider this particular example. First, the value of A is what? 3. So we are assigning the value of 3, value of like A equals to 3. So we are assigning 3 to A. But here A equals to 2. So here I am checking whether the value of A is 2 or not. Okay. So here if you observe, A is equals to 3, that is not true. So it will give me false, right?
So there are many cards here. You would
Uh-huh.
have opened the female one. Then what is the answer of this question?
Yes, yes. So we'll discuss that. So, okay. So now we are going to discuss that through the card. So first we have one variable sum equals to 0. Same while loop we are dealing with this particular card. We are from the pile 1. We are picking one card. Let's say I have picked this particular card, card number 0, comma 1, right? Now what is going to happen? I'm going to check the x dot gender. So what's the gender on this particular card? M here. So now this is basically true. If this is true, then I'm going to do a summation of x dot mathematics card. Okay. So this is, I completed the if statement. Then I will go back to another iteration because I have more cards in the pile 1. So if I go for a next card here, again, the next card belong to Harish. Gender is M. So this I have executed. Again, this condition will become true. Again, I'm going to do a summation of mathematics marks. Now let's go for a next card. Now here you can see card number 3. Gender equals to F. Now what will happen in this case? See here. So I have taken one card from the pile 1. Gender equals to F here. So I'm moving that card to pile 2. Okay. And I am checking x dot gender equals to F. So equals to M. But that is not true because the value of this is what? F here. So we are checking F equals to M or not. Now this is basically false, right? Because F is not equals to M. So if this is false, then I'm not going to execute this particular thing. I'm going with the next iteration. That's it. Okay. So x dot gender for the first two iteration was m. So m is equals to m. So this is true. So that's why we executed this. But for the card number 3, the gender is f. So f is not equals to m. So that's why we are not going to execute this thing. Okay.
Sir, can we check more than two
Sir,
conditions in a
can you
single while loop statement?
More than, yeah, we can do that also. Inside the if block also I can write multiple condition. Okay.
Sir, nested loop.
Yeah. So nested loop, we'll discuss that afterward, not in the week 2. Okay. We
Sir,
have
can
that
you
thing also.
again
Yeah.
explain the difference between equality and assignment? Because at that time my network got disconnected. So please explain
Sir,
between
sir, in week
equality
2,
and
we
assignment
have to
difference.
study until pseudocode.
Pseudocode. Entire week 2 content, right?
Entire week 2 content is something confusing, sir. Oh, till
This
which
is what
chapter? Till which chapter we have to?
no, entire week content we have to watch. Okay. This is basically week lecture 2.10 I'm discussing.
Hmm.
Okay. So someone asks about again this thing equality and assignment. So here you can see when I say a equals to 3, so here I am assigning the value 3 to particular variable a. But when I say a equals to 3, so here I am checking whether the value of a is 2 or not. So here you can see, right? 3 or not. But if I say a equals to 2 here, now 2 is not equals to 3, so this will give me false. So this is basically comparison operator. Equal to means what? Comparison. Answer will be or output will be either true or false only. So this will give me Boolean output. So here, if you observe for the first iteration, gender was M. So that is what true here, because in the condition, the output will be either true or false. So if this is true, then I'm going to execute this thing. But if you observe for card number 3, gender is F. So again, I'm checking this condition here. Now in this scenario, X dot gender is what? F here. That is not equals to M. So this is basically what? False. F is not equals to M. Okay. So in that case, we are not going to execute this thing. Simply we are going for a next iteration here. Okay. I hope this thing is clear now. Okay. So this thing same. And yeah, so let's discuss this thing as well. We have a girl submission marks. So same thing I have discussed it earlier. Here you can see, right? Now I want to find out the marks, like summation of mathematics marks for girls as well, right? For both the gender, male as well as female. Okay. Now here you can see I just applied one thing here, x dot gender equals to m. So if this is true, then I'm going to execute this thing. But if x dot gender is basically false, for example, card number 3, in that scenario, f equals to m, that is not true. That is false. If this is false, then we are going for else block here. Now, in that scenario, I'm going to execute this particular thing. So in this way, I will get the summation of mathematics marks for boys as well as for girls. Okay. And we are doing this for all the cards here. And this is what you can see here. We have updated the condition here in the flowchart as well. Okay. Here we are checking if gender is equals to m, then do this particular thing. Otherwise, go for this particular thing. Okay. Yeah. So this is about the if else and while loop. And also you can add multiple condition inside the while loop. So for example, x dot gender equals to m, and let's say we have town, I can say, and town equals to Chennai or Erode. So here I'm writing it down here. I can apply multiple condition also. If x dot gender equals to m and x dot city, or I can say town equals to Chennai, then do this particular thing. Okay. Now tell me what this boy sum will represent. What is the value, or I can say what will it represent, this particular variable? If I add one more
Marks of
condition.
male student.
Sum of
From
boys
Chennai
maths
city.
Sum
marks
of total
from Chennai city.
boys math
Yeah.
student.
So summation of mathematics marks of boy student who are from Chennai, because we have one more condition here, that is x dot city must be Chennai. And here we are using the and thing here. It means that both the condition must be true. So if you observe here, for the first card, gender is M. So that is basically true. For the first condition is true. But we have and clause. City is not Chennai. City is erode here. So I'm not going to consider this particular mathematics marks. So that will be, sum will be 0 only. Go for a next iteration, next card. Again, gender equals to M, but city is what, Saleh? My condition is not getting satisfied. So in the case of and clause, or I can say and, both the things must satisfied. Both the condition must satisfied. So condition 1 and condition 2. So this will be true together when both the conditions are true like this. True and true will be give me true. Okay. If any one of the condition is false, in that scenario, it will give me false. So false and true is what? False here. True and false is what? False here. Again false, and false is also false, right?
False, yes.
So if any condition is false out of these two, so entire condition is false in the case of and thing. But if I use or thing here, what will happen in the case of or?
In the
Reverse.
case of or,
One condition is true,
if
then it will
any
work.
condition is true, then it's
Yes.
come true.
So if both the conditions are true, then it is basically true. If
True.
true or false is also true,
True.
false or true is also true, but false or false are
False.
false. It means if both the conditions are false, then my entire condition will become false, right? Or if even any one condition is true, then this condition will become true. So you should know about this and or thing, okay? So you can note down this truth table, or anyway you have discussed this in your 11th and 12th, right? Okay, great.
Yes.
So this is how we can use if else here to check the to find out the multiple things, right? These two variables. So I hope you understand what is while loop, how while loop works, how if else work, what is equality, what is assignment, what is filtration, what is iteration. So all these things are clear. Anyone, any doubt in this part?
Sir, what is nested, sir?
Sir, this
Okay.
class there is also for and do while loop.
Yeah, while loop we have discussed. For loop we'll discuss. Don't worry. Yeah.
And do while loop, sir.
While loop we already discussed, na? At the starting.
Do while loop.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Someone asked one more question. What is the question previously?
Sir, what is nested, sir? What is it? What
Nested.
does it
Yeah.
mean?
Nested, right? So nested means what? See here, I have one while loop here. But if I use one more while loop inside this while loop, that will be nested while loop. Suppose if I write again here, while file 2 has more card.
And
So
sir,
this
if you apply
while is inside this while loop, right? Like this. So this is what a nested while loop is. So while loop inside a while loop, that is basically nested while loop. For loop inside a for loop, that is basically nested for loop. Okay.
Yes, sir, understood.
And for what purpose we are using that? Let's say I have one table. So let's go to a table. Please mute. Background noise is coming. Hmm. For example, let's take this table. What happened? Yeah. Words.pdf, or I can say scores.pdf. Okay. Is this visible? This table?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to find out the name of a student who got highest marks in mathematics. How you are going to do that?
Sir, how to know which PDF is used to solve the question?
Okay, that will be mentioned in the question
top
itself.
of
I
the
will discuss
question
that.
data set will be given.
Yeah, but let us come back to a question. I will discuss that. I will take those questions afterward. Okay. So tell me, the question is, if I want to find out the name of a student who got highest mathematics marks out of this 30 students, how to do that?
Keep track of the maximum mark and the corresponding card number to it.
No, sir,
Maximum
we will
marks.
initialize
We
a
will
variable with
initialize that variable to 0, and then we'll store the maximum marks, and then we will go card by card, and if
Mhm.
the marks stored is
It's more than
greater
first
than
one.
the
Initialize the maximum marks and then check one by one, compare, and
we
then
will
keep that marks maximum car as a max mark. And then
Yes.
finally, whoever got that maximum mark can store the ID also and our name also. Sorry.
we will initialize to -1 and then check the condition greater value only, sir. After at last the greatest value
Ah.
of the math will
So
show there.
that is where the concept of initialization came. When
Yes,
to
sir.
initialize the variable a equals to 0 or a equals to 100, for example.
Negative value, sir, because no one will get
Yeah,
negative marks.
negative value also. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And
we have
maximum
discussed
for
up
maximum we can
till
check only minimum marks for maximum value initialization.
yeah. So let me discuss this thing first. So maximum. Yeah, same thing, right?
So can you repeat what was the question again?
I have this table data. I want to find out the name of a student who got mathematics marks, like highest mathematics marks, maximum mathematics marks from this
Simple
data.
initialize any variable to
So
-1.
see here, we have one variable maximum m equals to 0, right? Now, while pile 1 has a more card, pick a card x from pile 1, move that card x to pile 2. Now, what we are doing here? If x dot mathematics is greater than maximum marks, then we are going to update this value to this particular maximum marks, right? So here I can use any value. I can use 0, but 0 can be a maximum in the scenario when all the students got 0, right? So we are not considering that thing. But I can use 0, I can use -1, I can use -1000, -1 like any number here, because I'm comparing with this particular value. So for the first iteration, what will happen? Card number 0, mathematics marks is 68. So here I'm going to compare x dot mathematics is what? 68 greater than, for the first iteration, the value of this variable is what? 0. Now here you can see this is true. Now if this is true, I am going to update the value of this particular variable to this particular value. Now this will become 68. Okay. I think someone is asking the question regarding how we are going to update the value, right? So this is how we can do that. Now, again, I'm going for a next iteration because of while loop and keep execute this particular thing. So next card is what? Card number 1 here. Now here you can see mathematics marks is what? 62. Now tell me what will happen here. X dot mathematics marks is 62. Tell me what will happen in the second iteration.
It is a false condition.
Sir, it is a false condition,
False.
and it
it's false condition.
Then are we going to update this particular maximum value or not?
No, sir.
No.
No,
No,
sir.
because
No,
this
sir.
is false,
Condition is
so we are
true.
not going to update. So go for a next iteration. Go for card number 3 here, card number 2 here. Again, mathematics is 57. So here x dot mathematics is what? 57. Again, this condition is false, right?
Yes,
Because
yes, sir.
57
Yes,
is
sir.
not greater than 68. So again, we go for a next iteration. My next card is what? 42. Again, that will be false.
Yes.
Let's say for
Yes.
card number 4, I have mathematics marks 87. Now,
87.
tell me what is going to happen.
It's
True.
two conditions.
True.
If this is
Max m is
87,
equal to x
It's
dot
going to
max.
be true.
87
True
greater
condition.
than, yes, the value of maximum m is what? From the previous iteration, that is basically 68. So
Yes.
87 is greater than 68. Now this is true. So that's why I am
We
going to
will
update
update
the
this
max
variable.
m marks to 87
Yeah.
here. Please mute. Yeah. So in this way, I can find out the maximum marks in mathematics. So if I just consider this 5 rows was 6 rows, the maximum marks is 87. So that's what we got, 87. You have to do this for entire 30 rows and you can see what will be the maximum value. Okay. So in this way, I can find out the maximum mathematics marks from this particular table here. Anyone, any doubt in this particular thing? What we
Sir,
have
are
You
discussed?
those
asked for the
numbers?
name, right?
Sir, I have
I will
Who
I
got
have
the
doubt
maximum mark
in the
name?
concept
You
of
ask for it.
initialization count.
sorry.
Sir,
You ask for the
initialization
max.
count.
Yes. I will come to the name part also. Yeah. What
Okay.
was the other question? This
The
one, right?
concept of initialization count.
Yeah.
What
So
is the
here
concept of
initialization, right? This is only we have initialized this variable to 0. Why 0? Because we are interested in maximum mathematics marks. But if I say I want to find out minimum mathematics marks, in that case, if I use 0, and for example, let's say I'm following this particular thing, I need to take less than symbol here. Now, in that case, this condition will never become true, because anyway, even if I say mathematics marks is basically 1, he got 1 marks, so 1 less than 0, that is not true, right? So we are not going to get that thing. So in order to find out the minimum mathematics marks, we have to initialize this variable to highest number. In this case, it can be greater than 100, 101 or 1000, it can be anything but greater than 100, right?
It can be 100. Okay, sir.
It
Sir,
can
in
be
the
100
written
because,
Sir,
but
please
paper
repeat again.
yeah. So
also.
what I am saying, please mute. Let me mute everyone. Yeah. So what I am saying, if I want to find out the minimum mathematics marks, I need to initialize this particular variable to a maximum value it can take. So I know the max will be out of 100, so I can initialize this from 101 like this. Because there may be a possibility like all the students got 100 marks, so in that scenario, minimum will be 100, right? But always consider a initialization greater than 100 for this scenario, say 101 or 1000 or 2000, anything. Because for the first iteration, this condition is going to become true because I need to change this to this thing for minimum thing, right? And in that case, if you see 87 is the first mark, so 87 less than 101, yes, that is true. Then I'm going to update it to 87. So in this way, I can keep a track of the minimum marks in the mathematics. So this will give me minimum marks if I just initialize this to 101 and change the symbol to a less than. Now this particular variable will give me minimum marks from the mathematics. Okay. So here
Sir,
I
if
need to
Seriously,
change
sir.
this.
sir, if
Please
you
down.
also
When
want
when we
to
will take the
have
initialization -1.
-1 you can consider for a maximum scenario as well. Okay. We have considered 0. You can take -1 as well. No issue, because we are going to compare it here only. Okay. So it will get, it
Okay,
is
sir.
going
Sir,
to
I
get up.
have a
sir, I have a
question.
question, sir.
Just
If
one by one.
we
Huh?
also want to store the number of cards, maximum number of cards in this question, so sir, what we will have to do in the
Number
change
of
of
cards.
code? Yes, sir.
Number of cards, simply what we have discussed earlier. Create one variable, count equals to 0. Here you can mention count equals to count plus 1. So count, no, not number of cards, entire data set, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Same thing what we have discussed in the initial thing. So here you
Okay,
can
sir.
just mention, or outside the if block, you can mention the condition count equals to count plus 1. That's it. Okay. So count will represent number of cards, but that should be outside this particular if block. Yes.
Sir, I have a question.
Hmm.
Regarding the initialization. We have a question
Yes.
in graded assignment week 1. Okay.
Hmm.
Can I ask? Because it is from the graded.
No, what is your doubt? Conceptual doubt I can answer, but I will take your grade assignment out after this session. Okay, once I have explained
Sir, I
this.
have the initialization. They initialize the variable A and B to 1000. Okay. And then they said to increment A if mathematics marks is less than A, and
Okay,
same for the B.
I will discuss that. Okay, after this. Yeah, I will take that.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
I hope week 1 deadline is
Sir,
over, right?
I think she is talking
Yeah,
about the
yeah.
maximum minimum concept.
Yeah.
No, no, no.
Okay, I will discuss that question, but I hope this thing is clear, right? Now,
Okay, sir.
what we need to do? We need to find out the card with maximum mathematics marks, or I can say a name of the student, or I can say card number of the student with the maximum mathematics marks, right? So how we can keep a track of this? So first, finding out the card with the maximum mathematics marks. So here I'm finding out the ID of that card, or I can say this particular thing, or instead of ID, I can also consider name here, right? So ID is what? So max card equals to -1. So here same thing, maximum equals to 0. Pile 1 has more card, read the card, move the card to pile 2. Again, we are checking for this condition. If this condition is true, we are keeping a track of maximum marks for this particular card. But along with that, we are also keeping a track for card number. But if I want to keep a track for name of a student, so in that case, I can say name equals to what? So how I can initialize that thing? Yes, anyone? I
None.
can, yeah,
Yeah,
name
sir,
equals to,
we can
Please repeat
initialize
last
it with
line.
the card number.
yeah. So if I want to initialize this particular thing, name equals to what? So this is string, right? Up till now, whatever we have discussed, this is having integer data type. So 0, -1, 1000. So maximum, this maximum card, we are dealing with the numbers. But if I want to initialize some string value, how to do that? I can just consider equals to none as like this, or I can simply mention this quotation. That is basically what empty said. Okay, that is also fine. Let's now what we are doing here, we are keeping a track of ID card along with its name as well. Okay, so in this way, I will get a name of a student along with its ID who got the maximum mathematics marks. That's it. We have simply added one variable here to keep a track of that. So once we understand how to find out the maximum mathematics marks, I need to simply store the value corresponding to that particular card in a different variable like this. So here you can see a pseudocode. We have picked a card. We have checked the condition. Yes. Sorry, you are not audible properly.
Sir, in this question, can we initialize maximum cards to 0, not -1?
Maximum.
Uh,
No.
Can
Card
we
ID can
also
be
initialize
0.
it 0? Yes,
Card
sir.
number can be 0. So we cannot initialize with 0, right?
So in the string, actually,
Okay.
we are initializing with none, is it? So
Yes.
the result type would be as a string, as we are initialized as a none, is it?
Yeah, so this will take, name will take a string value. So we can compare with the string, right? Here you can see. So we
So
are going to
if
update
the
this.
variable is pre-assigned with an integer, can we not reassign it with another data type like a string or whatever?
No, for that purpose, we need to do different things. We need to change the data type, but that is what we are not going to discuss in a CT course. So this thing we are going to deal in the Python course, okay? How to change data type. So don't
Sir,
worry, we can do that also. Yeah.
sir, if we have to check the date of birth, then what will we have to initialize the variable?
That depends here. So you can see date of birth, right?
Yes, sir.
So in that case, I can simply use a string here, a empty string like this. Okay. So we are not comparing with anything. If we have do this, so we can simply use empty set or we can use none here. Both the
And
things
sir,
are
we can also initialize variable empty too.
in.
Sir, we can also initialize variable. We can also initialize variable without any value.
Without any value.
Yes, sir.
Without
Blank
any
blank
characters, something.
variable. Like
No,
we
if it is an
initialize
integer
only.
data type, we cannot do that. But for character, we can simply mention quotation empty. That is fine.
So it is a character, right? Only one character maximum it takes, right?
Yeah,
So
but anyway, we
double
are going to
quotation.
update it, right?
So it is a string, it has to be double quoting, right?
Yeah, we can do
Single
double
or double
quotation also.
quoting anything.
See, character
That's
means
what I was.
single alphabet only. That's it. But if we have more alphabet, that will be a string. Okay.
So we have
Sir,
to initialize the double quoting.
Yeah, double quotation, single quotation. But anyway, we are going to update it to this particular thing.
And
Okay.
sir, if we are initializing a variable value to another variable, then by default the previous variable will be blank now.
No, see, I got your question. You are saying if A equals to 2, B equals to 5, and A equals to B, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this scenario, what will happen? For this line, value of A is 2. If I go to this particular line, value of B is 5. If I go to this particular line number 3, value of A will get update to whatever the value of B will have, that is 5. Okay.
And now,
So value of A will be 5, not 2. After this, if I
and
say
sir,
A
after we
equals to Just a
After this,
second.
if we are printing the value of B, then what will be value of B?
B will be 5 only. After this, if I say C equals to A plus B, so this is line number 1, 2, 3, and this is line number 4. In that scenario, the value of C will be what? The value of A got updated to 5. The value of B is what? 5 only. That is basically 10. Okay.
And it means we are only assigning the value of B to A, but not giving the value of B to A.
No,
Only
we are assigning. Yeah, we are not assigning. We cannot do like that in
Sir,
the
what?
code, right?
Sir, exactly means what?
One by one. I'm not able to hear your question properly. Maybe you can just.
Sir, what does this exactly means? Like it initialize variable A and B to 1000.
See, when I say A equals to
Sir.
1000
Sir,
or B.
I mean, what does it? What? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if I want to keep a track of any variable, let's say for example A or B, I am saying A equals to 1000 and B equals to 0. So if I want to keep a track of any variable, if I whether this particular variable is taking less value from this, so in that case I can use 1000, right? I can compare with the this particular symbol. But if I want to find out maximum value, then I can use this B equals to 0. What we have done here, that is basically this symbol, right? So this is for
I mean, we have to
comparison purpose.
maximize one and. Acha, yes, sir.
No, see what will happen
for checking
for the
maximum
first iteration.
condition.
Yeah, for the first iteration, if I have not mentioned anything here, let's say this is not given to me. This is not given to me. Maximum 0 is not given. So what we are going to compare for the first iteration? I don't have any value, right? I cannot compare because this is not defined. So it will throw an error not defined in the case of Python, right? If I didn't initialize this to 0, because I need some value to compare. That's why we are starting with any value. If it is greater than, my task is to find out maximum, then I will try with the lowest one. If my task is to find out minimum, then I will try with the maximum marks.
And maximum.
Okay? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Because for the first iteration, I don't have anything to compare. That is what this variable will give us, not defined. It will throw an error. Yeah.
So there is a question: if x dot match a maximum greater than max mark, right? So if I'm giving condition of else of anything, so I mean max equal plus 1 or something. So what is the opposite of it?
Sorry, can you repeat?
If condition is x dot math greater than match mark, right? If I'm adding the one more else block in this.
Here, okay.
So I'm giving whatever my condition, what that is depends on the question. So what is the opposite of it?
Yeah, so x dot mathematics is less than or equals to. Okay.
That's
so
what.
Else
That's
will be
equal
what?
to is there or not?
Yes, equal to will come inside this else block. Okay. Let's say,
Okay,
for
that's what.
example, yeah, for the first iteration, marks got 90. Second iteration also marks we have 90. In this scenario, if you observe, 90 is not greater than 90. So then we will go for else block if we have else block. If we don't have else block, then simply go for a next iteration, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, are those numbers present in the variable are converted to binary form or just the number itself?
Now here we are simply comparing the variable, like value of the variables, right? So don't think about that as of now. Yeah. Okay, so this is regarding finding out the card with maximum mathematics marks. So we can find out any variable by just simply mentioning the variable here. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, so what is the difference
Hello?
between having an AND condition in a if statement and having two nested if conditions?
Okay, I will come to that. If and nested if, right? Yeah. Once while equality. So all this thing we have discussed, right? So yeah. So when I say there are two things, okay? First, let's say A equals to 10, B equals to 5. Okay, I am saying if A is greater than 5, then do this particular thing. Let's say I am saying A equals to A plus 1, for example. Okay. Now, this is one if statement. If I just mention if after this if statement got over, that will be another if statement. Okay. If A is less than 5, then do this particular thing. B equals to B plus 5, right? So these two are different things. Okay. Both will execute if I want to check. For first thing, A equals to 10. So A greater than 5. Yes, that is true. So I'm going to increment this one, right? After this, I will come here. Again, I'm going to check if A is less than 5. Now here I already update the value of A, that is basically 11, right? So here 11 less than 5. No, that is not true. So I'm not going to do anything. So these two are different if statement. Now you are talking about the nested if. Now what is this nested if is? If let's say I have one condition, let's say A greater than 10. Okay. And here we have a curly braces. And again I am adding if condition. If B greater than 5, then do this particular thing, C equals to A plus B here, okay? And this will end here, indentation, and this is going to end it here. And let's say initially the value of A is what? 12, the value of B is what? 7, and C equals to 0. So how this is going to work? See here, for the value of A equals to 12. So this condition is true. A is greater than 10. Now, if this condition is true, then only I am going to execute this particular if block. So that will be B greater than 5. Again, B greater than 5. Yes, 7 is greater than 5. Then I am going to do a summation of A plus B. Now, I can write this particular thing as like this. If A greater than 10 and B greater than 5, then C equals to A plus B. Okay. So both the things will give me the same output. But if I want to do some operation in between, so then this will not be a correct one. Okay. So as of now, just consider I don't have any other condition, so I can write like this. So both the condition must be true. So this must be true, this must be true in order to execute this particular thing. So here also we are doing the same thing here, right? Both the condition must be true in order to execute this particular thing.
I can change the order also, no?
Sorry?
We can change the order also.
Here we can change the order as well, yeah. I can
Yes.
write B greater than 5 and after that A greater than 10, both the things.
Yeah.
So this is fine, okay? But suppose in any particular task, I want to keep a track of the numbers greater than 10.
Is by 4.
Sorry?
Sir, if C is already greater than B and C, so in this case, what will we do? If let's say we take the value of C is 15, so what is we do then? What is the new value of C? C is equal to A plus B. What
Yeah.
is the new value?
See, this is the first scenario. Value of A is what? 12. B is 7. So 12 is greater than 10. Yes, true. B, 7 is greater than 5. Yes, true. Output will be 19. Case number 2. The value of A is what? 8. Value of B can be say anything 7 and C will be 0. Now, in the second case, what will happen? A greater than 10. Is this true? No. Right? So I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to exit this. Like we don't have to do anything. We don't have any other line of code to execute. That's it. It will not give anything. Value of C will be 0 only.
Okay,
But
sir.
when I say third condition, A is basically what? 12 and B is basically what? 3 and C equals to 0. In this scenario, what will happen? Now in this scenario, now which condition is false? This condition is true, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Now I am entering this if block. I have entered this
They're
if block
false.
because the first condition is true. Now I am going to check this particular condition. But this is basically false. So again, I am not going to execute. I will come out of this if block. I don't have any line of code here. Again, I will come out of this if block. So the value of C is still 0 here. It means we have to check both the conditions in order to reach this particular condition. Okay.
So can we have else in any of the nesting conditions? So like in the outer if or inner if, can we have else condition?
Yes, we can do that as well. So for the case number 3, okay, here you can see my first condition is true, but B is not greater than 5. So I can write else block here also inside the if, like outer if. So I can write else C equals to simply B. Okay. So in that scenario, what will happen? This condition is false. B, that is 3 is not greater than 5. So I will go for a else block. Then I am going to update the value of C to 3. Okay. So we can do that as well.
So
And
what if
you were
if
saying something, and both the condition I can rearrange also.
Yeah. So in this scenario, I don't have any other variable to track. So I can interchange this. I can write B greater than 10, 5 or 10 or A greater than 10. So I can write it here. But what suppose I want to keep a track of a numbers A greater than 10. If A greater than 10, then I am saying C equals to C plus 1. So I am counting number of A. Okay. And now I am saying if B greater than 5, let's take any other variable because we have used C. Let's say count CO. And now here I am saying C equals to A plus B. Okay. Now here if block ends and here if block will end here. Now if you observe, I cannot write this particular thing as AND statement. No, because I cannot keep a track of C0 here. Right. Even if this is nested if, I cannot write like this. Okay. So in
Because
some
as
of the
it is having, if it depends upon the first
yeah,
condition gets true.
this CO depends upon the first condition, right?
Condition, yes, yes.
Yeah. So
And
this CO,
one more thing.
yes.
The thing is like, uh, if that is your opening bracket and you are giving on condition and you are giving C equal to C plus 1, can I give one more statement also? And
Yeah,
B
you
is equal
can
to
give
B plus 1, any condition also, or only
you
one is
no,
possible?
you can give any number of things. You can write entire logic, you can use while loop, anything you can do.
Yeah, okay. Because I thought only there is a
No.
question, statement 1, statement 2, and they're saying statement 1 is not necessary. And one more bracket have been opened and statement 2 has been presented. So,
Yeah. So if condition, I can write any number of thing here, code here inside this. If I can write while loop, I can write for loop, I can write entire procedure here. Okay.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So can we have an if condition on the data which is given from the else condition? Like we come across some data in the else condition. Can we give an if condition for that data?
So you mean to say if else if?
Yes.
Yeah, that thing also we can do, right? So if you observe, I am saying if A greater than 10, then do this particular thing. Okay. Now again, I am saying else. Again, I have one more if statement here. If A less than 5, then do this particular thing. Okay. Otherwise, just simply, okay, let me write a variable that will be easier for you. Yeah. So I am saying A greater than 10, then we are going to say C equals to C plus A, and here I am saying B equals to B plus A. Okay. The value of C initialization is 0, B is also 0. And for the first condition, I am saying for the first iteration, let's say A equals to 12. Now in this case, what will happen? A is greater than 12, 10, that is true. So simply the answer will be what? 12 here. That's it. I will stop the iteration for this particular. We don't need to iterate. Simply we need to exit this particular if else thing. But if I say A equals to 8, now tell me what we have to do. Tell me what will happen if A equals to 8.
So nothing will be
We are
affected.
adding B plus A.
Yeah. So here
Sir,
8
value
is
of D is equal to 0. Maybe.
no. See, I will come to that. So 8 is greater than 10. This is false. Then I will go for else block. Now I will check this particular condition, whatever is there inside the else block. Again, I am checking 8 greater than 5. No, that is false. I am not going to do anything then I have this particular line of code because D is outside this if block, but inside this
Sir,
else
which
block.
one of the correct is then?
No, that is what I'm discussing. Na? Wait. So if I am not going to execute this thing because 8 is not less than 5, but this D equals to D plus A is inside the else block, outside the if block. So this will get executed, and here D is what? 0 plus 8, that is basically 8. The value of D will be 8 here. Okay.
So,
For the
but there's no
second thing.
condition in
Yes.
else, no, sir, to accept the 8.
Sorry. Can you repeat?
So in if block, we have a condition like A is greater than 10. But in else block, there is no condition to limit the value of 8.
No, else will execute only when this particular condition will become false. If this is false, then I will go for else block. Okay. Now see here, what will be the value of what I will get after this one? If I say A equals to 3, can anyone tell me?
Sir, D executable value 3.
D0 only consider C0, B0.
Sir, D0 only value.
Can you repeat the
B
question?
equal to B
Sir,
plus A.
B is equal to B plus A. It will become B is equal to 3.
Yes.
D
So
equal
here
to
we are,
3.
yeah, no, here we are going to get both the values of B and D. See here, first condition is false. This is easier, right? You understand this. Now we are going for a else block because 3 is not greater than 10. Now what we are going to do? We are going to check the if condition. If A is less than 5, if 3 is less than 5, yes, this is true. Then now I'm going to execute this particular thing. That is basically what? 0 plus 3, that is 3. Okay. I have executed this. I have completed if block. Then I will go to this particular line of code also. D equals to D plus A. So that will be what? Again 0 plus 3, that is 3. So here both the value of B and D will be 3 because this is anyway going to execute once this condition is false. Okay, because it is inside the else block. We don't have any condition to this particular thing. Simply if this is false, then this will execute inside the else block.
If the value of b will be 8 from the first one we did, so we will add 8 plus 3 for this
No,
code.
we are not considering. This is a separate example. Okay, don't consider this. So 3 different
So
cases we have considered.
if we consider, then if we consider that, then 8 plus 3 will be the code.
Yeah, then whatever the value of D we got from the previous iteration, that we have to consider.
So D is not a part of this if block, is it? It is
No,
opposite of
outside.
if else.
Outside the if block. So
But it is after else only it's coming, no? So we closed so that it is right.
This is inside the else block, but outside the if block. Here you can say I have closed the if block. This is only if block we have. Right? Here you can see curly
Yes.
braces.
Sir, could you tell what is FOR function, sir? That
Sir.
for
For
condition.
loop. Yeah. I will come
Sir,
to that. I
here
think
the
yes, go ahead.
outcome of if will not affect D, no, sir. If
Here.
out,
Yeah, for
inside
inner
the
if, yeah, this one, na? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Anyway,
Yes,
this
sir.
is going to execute if this condition is false. That's it. It is not dependent on this if statement because it is written outside this if block. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Sir, is D present in else statement?
Yes. If this is condition is false, then we go back to else and this will execute. So D is inside the else, right? Here you can see the indentation.
Okay.
So only if else is true, then D will be executor.
Else is not true. If condition is false, then we go back to else block. Okay.
So else getting true, then D will be executed.
Else
If
is
else
not
also
any
false
condition.
means
Else is not any condition. We don't have any condition here. Else will execute if the original condition in the if block will false. If this is false, then only I have to go for else block. That's why it is if else. We don't have only else here. This is not any statement in the code, right? We have if else, not only else. We have if statement, we have if else statement.
okay. So else is different and if else is different.
Else is not the part of anything. Like it does not exist. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, now,
If this
like,
is true, do
while
this
also,
particular thing. Yes.
so in while condition also we specify an space where it should be the described one. If also we specify a case like it should a is greater than 10 or something. What's the difference having a while and a
Yeah. So this condition will execute only once, right? If this is true, then that's it. But in the case of while loop, it is iterating the entire line of code. Okay. So this will keep executing whatever we have. This will get executed till this particular condition will become false. Suppose here I have one condition. So this condition is true. So we have to execute. Again, go back and check this condition is true or false. Again, execute. Again, go back and check if this condition is true or false. If it is true, again execute. So we have to keep executing this particular line of code till this particular condition will become false. But in the case of if that is not true, if the condition is true, simply execute. Otherwise, don't need to do anything. Okay. We're not going into a loop. So if is not a looping statement. For and while is a looping statement. Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So this is about lecture 2.10. I will discuss one practice assignment question because whatever we have discussed, so we are going to apply in that particular question. Okay. So in this particular
Sir,
session, we
sir,
have
once
discussed
could you tell
about
what is for loop, sir?
for loop. Yeah. So for loop is also similar to while loop, but here in the while loop we should have a breaking criteria, right? Otherwise it will go infinite thing. But for loop is for any sequence, or I can say list. So here the numbers is defined. How many times I need to iterate? How many times I need to iterate? Means I need to execute a particular line of code that I already know, that is known to us. But if I don't know how many times I need to execute this particular code, in that scenario, I can use while loop. Okay. And there should be some breaking criteria condition as well. So for loop will execute for a sequence, for a list, a kind of thing. Okay. So when I say for each I in say any value, for each I in x dot word. Okay. In that scenario, x dot word will be what? Let's say any word, let's say was. Okay. So word is what? Was. Word is basically say was. So I'm going to consider was as 3 different letters. So for each I in x dot word. So for the first iteration, we have some line of code here. I'm going to consider I equals to W. So I'm going to do operation based on this code. Go for a next iteration. In the next iteration, I will be A. Go and execute this code. Next iteration, I will be S. Go and execute. In the next iteration, I don't have any other value. So here we are going to stop. Okay. But in the while loop, there should be a breaking condition, and we need to maintain that. Okay. So this is the difference between for and while loop.
Sir,
So,
for is not yet taught, right?
Yeah, someone is asking. For is in the, I think, week 3, I guess. Yeah, week 3 we have for each loop. So we'll discuss that.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So let me discuss one example from the practice assignment, so that will be much clearer to you. Okay. Anyway, we are going to discuss it in tomorrow's session in detail, but let's discuss one question. See, if you understand whatever I have discussed in this particular session, then you can solve those questions very easily. Okay. But please keep a note of this particular thing, how this if condition work, how this if else work, how this while loop work. Okay. So this is the basic thing you should know when you are going to start the programming. Okay. It's a basic thing. Like in English, we have ABCD. So in programming, we should have this if, while, and for loop. Okay. So we should know how this is working and in which scenario I need to use this. So let's say I will take one question from week 2 practice assignment.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yes.
In Pseudocode, we have 2 if condition, only one else condition. When we will execute the else block?
No, I need to see if condition means
if 2 if condition is there. only one else condition.
How they are
Sorry
defined,
to
that we need to write. Okay. Yeah, let me discuss one question based on pseudocode, then I will take your doubt. Okay.
Okay, so okay.
Yeah. So here we have multiple if. We have an if else or while loop question. Let me take that first. While, if. Yeah, I think this will be a better one. Yeah. Let's discuss question number 10 directly. Okay. So consider the pseudocode is executed using the source data set. So someone is asking how we can decide which data set I have to use. So that will be given in the question itself. So for this question, you have to refer to a source data set. So this particular PDF file. Okay. Yeah. Now, this is pseudocode given to us. See here what we are doing. This is initialization. A equals to 0, B equals to 0, C equals to false. Okay. Now visible?
So what
Yes,
kind
sir.
of question, sir?
Yes. Question number 10, practice assignment.
Okay.
Yeah. So here I have one while loop. File 1 has more card. So you can refer to this particular common data and you can consider this is basically a table, right? So we have a card in a files, but we have stored the data in a tabular format here. So what we are doing here, read the top card X in card X from file 1. Let's say my first card is card number 0, name Bhuvaneshwar, right?
Yes.
Now we are checking. Yes. Okay. Now we are checking if gender is equals to F or not. So what's the gender? X dot gender. Tell me for the first card number
Female.
0.
Male.
Yeah.
All.
Right. So M is not M is equals to F. This is basically false, right?
Yeah.
So I am not going to execute this particular thing. I will simply go for a next line of code because my if statement is getting over here. So if this is true, then only I need to execute this thing. If this is false, then I simply go to the next line of code, that is line number 9 directly, because if is ending here. Move card X to pile 2. So I have simply moved that card X to pile 2. Now go for a next iteration. In this case, my card number will be 1 now because I already moved this card to another pile.
Yes.
Now what will happen here? Is gender equals to F?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
No,
Again,
false.
condition is false. So not going to execute. Go for again next iteration. Again, gender equals to F. No.
male.
Card number 2. No, that is not correct. Go for a next iteration. Now here you can see
Female.
card
Yes.
number 3. Rita. Gender equals to F. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
It's
Yes,
Now
sir.
this is true. Now if
Yes.
this is true, then only I need to go for this particular if statement because it is a nested if. If inside
Yes,
if,
sir.
here you can see. This is what a nested if and this is what indentation is. So if you observe, this is basically indentation, right? So basically one tab. So from this to this, the distance is what? Just one tab. Okay. So here you can see whatever comes inside this particular thing that will come under the while loop. Whatever comes inside this particular thing that will come inside the if block. Whatever will come inside this particular thing that will come inside this if block. Okay. So this is what indentation will work. Now card number 3, gender is equals to F. This is true. Now check city is equals to Chennai or not. So gender is F, city is also Chennai, right? Now
Yes,
my
sir.
both
Yes,
the
sir.
conditions are true. Now here I am going to increment the value of A, that is A equals to A plus 1, that is basically 0 plus 1, that is 1. Okay. So I will execute this. That's it. I will come out of the if block, again go for a next iteration. So in this way, you need to go through entire data set, all the 30 rows. So tell me, after going through all the 30 rows, what will A represent?
Total
Number
number of
of
A
girls
represent
female
from
from
total
Chennai.
number
A
of gender
represent
from
Chennai.
Chennai.
From Chennai.
Yeah, number of females from
Number
Chennai.
of female from Chennai.
Yeah.
Number of female from Chennai.
Yes. Okay. So this is what I will get from this while loop. Okay. Now, once we have gone through all the rows here, for example, all the 30 rows, now this table will become empty because I am moving this to another pile, right? Now I don't have any other card to check. So pile 1 is empty now. Now I need to exit the while loop. After exiting the while loop, then only I can execute the line number 11. So until and unless I exit the while loop, I cannot enter this line number 11. Okay. So I have exited the while loop, and what we got A, that is basically number of females from Chennai. Now see here what we are doing. Pile 2 has more card. Now pile 2 is basically what? Same thing. We have moved all the card to pile number 2, right? So I need to deal with the pile number 2 now. So both basically same thing, same data set, but pile 2 here, because we have simply moved that to a pile 2. Again, I am reading a top card from pile 2. Again, I am checking for city equals to Bangalore. So first is what? First card number city, erode, not true. So again, same thing, not true, not execute, not execute. Move card to pile 1, go back to while loop. Again, next iteration, city town Salem. No. Chennai,
Here we are
Chennai.
moving to while loop 1, so it means the loop is not broken.
Sir, the pile
Yeah.
1 is already completed, sir, because the sheet is the pile 1. The entire sheet.
Yeah, but we already moved all the cards to pile 2, right? Move card X to pile 2 for every card.
Oh, sir. Sorry, sir.
It means
Sorry.
pile 1 and pile 2 is basically same, right now? Because we have already moved all the cards to pile 2. So here you can see, again we are checking for these two conditions. Now tell me what this B will represent. I don't need to go to a data set. If you understand what we have done in the previous while loop, you can tell me what B will represent.
Sir, B
Number of
represent the
males
Boys
number of
from
males
number of
from
boys
Bangalore.
from Bangalore. Males,
Okay.
males from Bangalore.
Yes. So first condition is city. So we are checking city equals to Bangalore. If this is true, then only we are going to check for gender. If gender is not equals to female, F. So this is basically what? Not equals to sign. This is not equal, and greater than less than symbol is also not equal.
Number
So
of
you can,
males.
and this is basically also not equal. So equal to, and then we have one line here. This is also not equal. So here we have three symbols. Okay. For not equal, this one, and this one. So gender is not equals to female. It means it is a male. So I can say that number of male students from Bangalore. Okay. Now I hope you understand what A will represent, what B will represent, right? So once we
Yes,
have
sir.
gone through all the cards, I will get this number of male students from Bangalore. So I will exit the while loop because I have moved all the card to pile 1. Now pile 2 become empty. Okay.
So
Now
actually,
again,
we came to pile 2 after iterating in the pile 1 only.
yes. So in the first while loop, we have moved all the cards to pile 2. Now we are applying one more while loop to pile 2, and now we are moving pile 2 cards to pile 1 again. Okay.
So did we directly transfer from pile 1 to pile 2, or we gone through the if conditions and gone to the pile 2?
If you observe here, this move card pile 2 is outside whatever the if condition we have. Okay. So we are moving all the cards to pile 2 here. We don't have any condition to that, because this is what outside the if block. So first while loop will give me A, that is number of females from Chennai. Second while loop will give me B, that is number of males from Bangalore. Now what about this one? When I can say A greater than B, what does this mean?
Number of
Number of
female in
females
Chennai
from
is greater
Chennai
than
should be
number
greater
of
than
male
number
in
of
Females from
males
Bangalore.
in
Chennai is greater
Bangalore.
than
Yes,
mm,
males
the
from
males
Bangalore,
from
right?
Bangalore. Yes,
So
sir.
then only C will be true. Then only C will be true. So if you observe,
Yes,
if we
sir.
have more male student, no. If we have more female student from Chennai than female student from Bangalore, no. We are not comparing female. If we have more female student from Chennai than male student from Bangalore, is this correct?
Yes,
Or
sir.
this
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
option number
Yes,
C
sir.
is correct, right?
Sir, option
C.
C is correct, sir.
The correct answer is option number C here. So in
Yes,
this
sir.
way, you need to proceed this particular pseudocode, and this type of question you can expect in your quiz 1 qualifier and term exam. Okay. And if you observe, you don't require data set to solve this question. You should understand what we are
Yes, sir.
doing here. If you understand what we are doing here, we can simply say what A will represent, what B will represent. So you don't require a data set to solve such type of questions, but you should practice it on so that in quizzes you should have enough understanding of all these data sets. Okay, so that's it from my
Sir, in
side.
quiz one,
Uh,
we can use school data.
in the quiz one or
In
in any
quiz
exam,
one,
see, you are not
data
audible
set
properly.
cards.
Yeah, I understand. See, in the quiz one, you are not going to get this data set or a PDF in exam. You are going to get this particular thing. Here you can see all data set template. Okay. So this is what you are going to get in the exam, this particular image. So based on that only you can solve the question. If you observe this question number 10, what we have discussed, this thing is enough to solve the question. Okay. We don't require data to solve the question.
Same practice assignment 8th and 9th question.
Yeah, so we are going to discuss it in tomorrow's session, okay? Because I have one more
Just
session at 8.
actually the one step I don't understand.
Okay, what is your doubt? Question number 8 and 9.
So here, so initializing A to A and B and C, and then mathematics marks is less than physics or greater than physics and equal to physics. So so adding A, B, C and B, C and C. So the operations are asking about uh, C
ABC,
minus
right?
A represent C minus A present.
Yeah, so
C minus A, so everywhere C is there, and A is in only it's less than mathematics marks. So I don't understand that part. C minus A means what?
C is present in all the three conditions, right? And all
Yes,
the three conditions cannot be true at the same time. If you observe
correct.
here, so C will execute at least one. If this is true, C will execute. If this is true, C will execute. If this is true, C will execute, right?
Yes.
It means that C is basically what? Number of rows, or I can say number of cards in data set. That's it, total number of cards. Doesn't matter which condition is it will become true. C will always get increment, right? It can be
Yeah,
greater
but
than, it can be less than, it can be equals to. We have only three conditions here.
the question is like C minus A. What is
Yeah.
C minus A?
So C is basically total number of cards, and A is here only, that is mathematics card greater than physics marks. So if you do C minus A, so total number of cards minus number of cards for which mathematics marks is less than physics marks, it means you are going to get number of cards in which the remaining one, mathematics marks, is greater than or equal to physics marks. Okay.
Okay, got it, got it.
So
So same
yeah.
like it is ninth question also. It is
Yes.
A C minus B. It is asking. So if I'm right, then both the conditions. So mathematics marks is equal to physics marks. That's it, right?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir,
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Sir,
Sir,
I
on
couldn't
22
find the
second
common
December,
data
my
set
friend's
in my
situation.
drive.
Ask you the question from graded assignment 1.
Okay, only last question, that is from grade assignment 1. Rest you can ask in the next session at tomorrow's session 6 to 8. Okay, because I have one more session at
Sir, I
8:45.
need to clarify something.
Yes.
Sir, that
Just a
question
second.
was.
Sir, on
Sham,
22nd December, my friend's situation is such that his semester exam and final semester that qualifier exam has collided. How to deal with this case, sir? Please
see,
tell.
I no, we don't know, because we are an instructor. You can simply mail to support team, right? We cannot help in the operation things. Okay, so you can message
Excuse me,
support
sir.
thing. Yes,
The
Sham.
common data set which
No,
you
no.
said,
Hmm.
in that we have scorecard. Actually, I'm not able to view it. Means I didn't get this common data set with me.
Already in the portal, but I am sharing the link. You can go to that. Okay.
Okay.
Who was asking week 1 doubt? I'm going to take that doubt
Yes,
only.
sir. Yes, I will.
Tell me
The
which question.
initialized question
Tell me
number.
question number 1. Yeah.
Question number. Wait.
Tomorrow we have session, and every day we have session. We have TA session as well, so you can join and you can ask your doubt in that this session as well.
Sir, is it over?
Sir, every day is it this time?
This session, sir.
Yes, this session is over. I'm only going to take one doubt. She has in graded assignment, because that
Yes, yes.
deals with the graded assignment. That's why I'm taking that doubt. Yes. Yeah. So you can join
Question
tomorrow.
five, sir.
Question number 5.
5. Yes.
Okay. Just a second. Yes. What is your doubt?
They initialized it to 1000, okay? And then they said to increment A if it is mathematics marks is less than A, and same for B if physics marks is. Then we have to
Yes.
sum it up.
Yes.
So then we have to simply sum all the mathematics marks and all the physics
No,
marks.
no. See, step 5 is what? Mathematics marks is less than A, then store mathematics marks in A. So in this way, you are going to get the minimum mathematics marks from entire data set. Can I say like this?
So
Similarly,
minimum,
as no, minimum marks in entire data set. Step number 5, see, then store mathematics in marks A. We are storing the marks in A, and again in the next iteration, we are comparing with the mathematics marks. Same thing we have discussed in the one example, right? How we find out the maximum mathematics marks, what we have discussed in this session. Similarly, just simply the sign is changed, right? That is basically minimum marks in mathematics. Physics will give me minimum marks in physics. So B and A will represent minimum marks in mathematics. B will represent minimum marks in physics. So A plus B is what? That is 87. Okay. Minimum marks in
if
mathematics
we
plus physics.
initialize this to -1, that means we want to find the max. And if we initialize it to 1000, then we are finding the minimum, right?
Not like that. We can do any number, 1000, 101, 2000, anything. Okay, but
Means
it should be greater
positive
than
ones, na?
1000. Sorry, greater than 100 for minimum, and for
Yeah, in
maximum,
positive.
greater less than 0. Yes.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so that's it from this today's session. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for
Thank you,
joining.
sir.
I have one more
Thank
session.
you, sir.
55. I will leave. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Bye bye.
Bye.